we snapped it up within half an hour of the film online, so it's very, very good.
How long is this?
Pretty much.
I feel very good there. Ben is there for us to do it.
Hi. Yeah, I speak English. Yeah. Yeah. What year are you from?
It started over there. It started over there.
Well, for us, for me to bring like the plans of the organizations in Mexico and Guatemala, because we think that they are in the top inside the decisions that the politicians and the people with power are taking are just aggressive for our territory, are just keeping like the same system that is already killing us. They are in our territories, they are killing land defenders every day. We have lost sisters and brothers every year. Mexico is one of the countries most dangerous to be a land defender that is living in the land. So that's why we are trying to tell them that we are alive and this is our future. And the alternative climate change and climate crisis, they are in our
sorry. I was semicircle this way up here, so that way basically the head's secure, but you don't get the way of the cameras as well, yeah?
Where's your left? Oh yeah. Okay. No.
Mike! We're going further.
good.
Maintenant, comme ça, ce sera vraiment dans la deuxième semaine, on podra
inside knowledge.
Okay, Carsten. Yeah. You're back into bits, mate. Sorry. And you?
Yeah, you'll get everybody ready. I know.
No matter.
followed a...
What's next?
How was the yesterday morning?
Yeah, it was alright, yeah.
Anyone volunteer to move down that way? Keep the area clear, keep walking in that direction. Thank you. You should always be on the line up if you have a wristband. If not, please move behind the bubble.
I'm in the way. I've had better.
The problem is I don't know which far background is recording. No, I'm not free. It's not the right to sleep No, I know. I never Sorry, what's up? No one taking your photo. It's a beautiful day today. Nature is on our side. Nature was always ready. It's a beautiful day today.
It's too sore.
What do we want? Climate and social justice, peace, love, everywhere. We have to take back the billions of Pandora papers for the ecological transition and for the poor. We have to take back the billions of Pandora papers, Paradise papers, for the ecological transition and for the poor and disabled.
Why?
Hello, man. Tax havens is a crime. Tax havens is a crime against people. Human and nature, animals, human and nature. Tax havens is a crime against them. We need to take back all the billions of the Pandora papers for ecological transition and for the poor, the disabled.
Anyone marching down the back, please? Anyone marching down the back, please? Thank you. Behind the roof, please. Anyone marching? Head towards the other end of Kelvin Way now.
Yes, she's not here yet. So you need to move back. Just move back, please. Move back. You need to move back.
Could I ask the people to move back, please?
Can you move back slightly, please?
Move back, please.
Can you move back, please?
The ones from the mountains are moving out from there.
the sake of the kids, man.
Can I get everyone who's pressed to move back behind the lights, please? Behind the traffic lights that you can see behind you.
Killing animals is killing our planet and it's killing us. Each year we bring 74 billion innocent land animals into existence just to murder them. This is the leading driver of climate change, of rainforest depletion, of ocean dead zones, of habitat loss. If you're here today and you actually care about the climate, if you actually care about the future, you need to go vegan, and you need to go vegan now. Go home and do your research. Polluting the land, polluting the water, profiting off of the animal slaughter.
So I can get her and her, I can get her and the others. It's like, otherwise
Let's get you in the middle. Come on.
Start moving back, guys.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get to the
Guys, can you move back, please?
The sixth great mass extinction of species on Earth. Each and every day, up to 200 species of wildlife goes extinct. This is because of world animal agriculture. We are already down 83% of wild vertebrates, and we're on track to have virtually none left by 2026. Wake up! You cannot bring 74 billion land animals into existence who each have to eat and drink every single day, and pee and poop every single day, and expect not to have serious consequences.
Guys, can you move back slightly, please? Behind the traffic lights, please. Can you move back, please? Guys, can you move back, please? Behind the traffic lights.
Livestock operations on land have created more than 500 nitrogen-flooded dead
and it's all carbon free. Thank you, nuclear. Less than 40 grams of carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour nuclear power. Hell yes.
Oh, I love your mask. Thank you. You're so nice. Yeah, I know. Exactly. That goes with it. Amazing. Thank you. You're welcome.
70% of the electricity in South Scotland comes from nuclear, and it's all carbon free. Woohoo! Yeah! Yeah! Nice work, guys. You've decarbonized electricity. Let's get transport going next, huh?
What? You can record that. Over some of the chance. Oh no, we're not walking. It's a march going this way, that way.
And Christine was there as well.
behind you now. Move back into it, please.
joining the march towards further down Kelvin Way. If you are not press and you are here to join the march, you need to go further down Kelvin Way. Go down the side to the back. Thank you.
It's everyone behind you there, so there's no space to move
C'est la manifestation de Friday. Il y a 3 ans par Greta Thunberg.
Shaw, what are you doing? We're the best of Greta.
to the people. 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 Power. Power. Power to the people. Power to the people. 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 Power. Power. Power to the people. Power to the people. People. People.
pretty cool.
She's all the way back there on her own.
Oh, just wait here.
We can't go back.
Just wait here.
She's at the restaurant.
Guys, let's just get out of the way of everyone.
goes off. I know this is difficult for you to understand, since you're chancing your arm. Huh?
I'm fine in the road.
That's okay, leave it on slack. We're all in. Right, let's keep it moving.
And then we went forward to try and find Santa Claus for the people. Show your climate crisis up your arms! You can show your climate crisis! Show your climate crisis! Show your climate crisis up your arms! Show your climate crisis up your arms!
No more coal!
No more oil! Keep our carbon in the soil! No more coal! No more oil! Keep our carbon in the soil! No more coal! No more coal! No more oil! Keep our carbon in the soil! No more coal! No more oil! Keep our carbon in the soil!
She's holding the other side of the banner.
basically trying to retrieve the source.
go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Climate change has got to go. Climate change has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Climate change has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Climate change has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho. Climate change has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho.
long, to be honest. It was just easy.
Yes, yes,
Yes, sir.
I don't know who that person was.
Wait, hang on. Hold on, wait a second. Okay. But you probably won't.
know you could be louder. Hey, Boris! I wanna know. One more time, love. We got it.
We can't find someone called Aisha, so if you're here, can you come here, please? Okay, our first speaker is someone a lot of you will know, Chris Mitchell for the GMB Trade Union. Solidarity with the workers is essential. Chris.
Thank you very much, first of all. Absolutely amazing to be standing here in front of everybody with a solidarity message and camaraderie message. Big shout out first for the striking workers in the cleansing department. Big shout out, yes! Climate justice and social justice is one, and no one will be left behind. That is a fact. Everybody here is fighting for the future. Yous are the future. People and delegates, world leaders mean nothing to us. Yous won't make a difference. From now to eternity. Honestly, I'm so proud of everybody here. It's the biggest march that I have ever seen. And I'm proud of the striking workers and the GMB Trade Union that's on the picket line today, making a stand. The message is for everybody, right through the world. Stand with us, not against us. Let's go again. Stand with us, not against us. This day will go down in history where we stood up and said, enough is enough. Here we go again, I'm so proud again. One more time, and as loud as you can, all the way back to the city chambers. Let your voice be heard for the striking workers and the climate change activists and the GMB Trade Union and everybody standing here today. Stand with us, not against us. Well done, everybody. Solidarity, brothers and sisters. Keep it moving. Yes. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you very much.
He's a legend, isn't he? Yes. Okay, we're having a little bit of speaker problems. We can't find anyone because there's so many of us here. Who's here? If you're a speaker, get here. Yeah. If you're here, can you please try and make some way for our speakers to get through? Can you wish, please? You will get Greta. Wait, please. Okay. While we're waiting, can we do some chants? And can this time respond with climate justice, please? What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it?
Get your speech up.
Okay.
We'll go live when you're up here. Take your mask.
Do we have any of our speakers? I'm so sorry about this. Okay, our next speaker is Sofia Gutierrez. Amazing.
Hi, international community, especially from the global north. My name is Sofia Gutierrez. I'm a climate justice activist from Colombia. When people ask me why do we fight, they expect me to say for the future generations. But no, I fight for the generations of today because we can think or dream of a tomorrow. I grew up in the context of an armed conflict where life continued at the same time as the violence increased. For me and many Colombians, my bedtime stories were the stories of my grandmother telling me how she and her family had to run away from the violence in the countryside. Hearing that those who stayed were killed, growing with fear, but with the sense of fighting for justice and craving for change. Because for us, fighting is a need and not a choice. But they weren't only stories. They are still being lived by people from the most vulnerable areas of Colombia, where people don't have time to fear because they need to fight back. They need to stop the destructions of their communities from exploitation and war at the same time. Fear isn't allowed to be felt when you have a gun right next to your head for you to leave your territory. So once again, the global north can get richer. During this week of COP26, I've heard so many so-called world leaders giving financial support to countries like mine, that with bare minimum support, they expect for everything to be fine while they continue to see our countries as territory of conquest and exploitation. For the past few weeks, I've been striking for the first time in my life without needing to worry about either fighting to be heard or suffer from police brutality. Because for us, going back home was the dream. And still, as a climate activist from the city, I have the privilege of having that dream. But yet, the defenders on the front lines don't have anywhere else to go. Their fight never ends until the life does. Colombia is the world's most dangerous country to be an environmental defender. Last year, 65 environmental defenders were killed. And even my president, Iván Duque, forgot to say that to all of you. He forgot about the people he's supposed to protect. Yes, Duque, I'm talking to you. Y de esto te hablo, viejo. And COP will end. And you'll all go back home today and continue with your lives. But I hope you don't. I hope you always have in mind what countries like mine are facing every day. I hope you join the fight and stop the climate crisis, because we need for you to end what you started. And dear world leaders, I hope that you use the power that you have to make the right choices, because right now you're using it to spill blood in countries like mine. You have the responsibility and the privilege to end this. So what are you waiting for? Haven't you realized that we don't have more time? We can't handle it anymore. It's in your hands to change the world, but you're not doing it. We need a systemic change, because for us, people over profit, it's a need and not a choice. And no, nothing has changed. Everything is just getting worse. Start acting so we can have the chance to even dream of a tomorrow, because you owe it to us. Let us dream. Thank you.
You're amazing. It is absolutely essential that we remember that people are experiencing this right now, all over the world. People are dying now. And there are people who are causing that death. So with that, I would like to bring up Aisha Siddiqa to talk from Polluters Out. Aisha? Good luck.
Mic check. Okay, before I talk, I have friends in the back who are speakers. So Helena, the Gualinga family, if you guys aren't in the back, can you please make space for them? Okay. All right. So, my name is Aisha Siddiqa. I come from northern region of Pakistan, right under the Himalayan mountains and besides the Chenab River. In my culture, we are taught from an early age that the earth is a conscious being, that it is aware of each human and animal that resides on it, from the ants to the elephants. And the earth not only feels our footsteps, but is aware of the tone with which we take them. It knows when we tread on it with arrogance and disdain and commit atrocities on it. And it keeps a record. We learn that we are as close to the earth as we once were to the wombs of our mother. Just like animals and plants, humans evolved to survive in their specific habitats. There is symbiosis between the mountain people and the mountains, between the river dwellers and the river, and between the desert and the people of the desert. That when they are removed or forced to leave, the feeling of loss is mutual and is felt both by the earth and the displaced. That the sense of homelessness is one of the most violent pains one man can inflict on another. That we are mere visitors, passers-by, and when we return to the earth, we go empty-handed. I became involved in the climate movement not because I wanted to protect the environment, although that is a very important and necessary reason. I became involved because the global north has slaughtered, bombed, and starved my people to death in the name of oil. It has robbed them of family and of funerals. The Middle East, North Africa, and South Asia is home to more than half of the world's crude oil and a third of its natural gas reserves. The United States did not wage war out of old-fashioned imperial calculation or ambition. American and UK oil wars have not been about establishing direct control over oil fields or about liberation or freedom. They have been primarily driven by the desire to maintain control over vital resources, generate profit for war profiteers, and establish international hegemony while forcing most of the world into economic subservience. Sorry, English is not my first language. To achieve this goal, it has assassinated both Democrats and dictators, targeted reactionary governments and revolutionary movements, and created apartheid regimes all over the Middle East and South Asia. The U.S. Department of Defense has a larger annual carbon footprint than most countries on Earth, and it also is the single largest polluter on Earth. Its military presence in my region has cost the United States over $8 trillion since 1976. It has contributed to the destruction of environments in Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, the Greater Persian Gulf, and Pakistan. Not only have Western-induced wars led to spikes in the carbon emissions, they have led to use of depleted uranium, and they have caused poisoning of air and water, and have led to birth defects, cancer, and suffering of thousands of people. Oftentimes, when an interviewer asks me, what are your hopes for the future, it takes every iota of hope for me to make a bet on humanity. I don't have the heart to tell them that oftentimes I see nothing but blankness when I look at tomorrow. I find myself stumbling here in time as a witness and as a participant. This is what happens when you keep surviving while the people around you die. I've lost a 19-year-old cousin, a 7-year-old cousin, both my grandparents to polluted water, to greed and destruction. My people's heads have been torn from their bodies, limbs severed all over the floor. Everything I could have lost, I already have. That's why it often makes me an unwanted candidate on big platforms. History has done more damage to my people than my words can to my reputation, and all I've got are my words. If you kill us, that is okay. We'll come back as different brown children with the same eyes and the same hair. Death is a nothing. We are still waiting. And you cannot make us no more of the nobodies than you already have. I will leave you today with a poem I wrote at a time when I desperately needed hope. It can be hard to imagine a world that doesn't exist when everything and everyone is telling you to give up. But I am in the business of holding people's hands in my palms and asking them to bet on a tomorrow. Hope is a terrifying affair, but one we must make space for. This is the poem. It's called On Another Panel About Climate, They Asked Me to Sell the Future, but all I've got is a love poem. What if the future is so soft and revolution is so kind that there is no end to us in sight? Whole cities breathe and bad luck is bested by a promise to the leaves. To withstand your own end is difficult. The future frolics about, promise to no one, as is her right. Rage against injustice makes the voice grow harsher yet. If the future leaves without us, the silence that will follow will be an unspeakable nothing. What if we convince her to stay? How rare and beautiful it is that we exist. What if we stun existence one more time? When I wake up, get out of bed, my 7-year-old cousin with a ruptured belly tags along. Then follows my grandmother, aunts, my other cousins, and the violent shape of their drinking water. The earth remembers everything. Our bodies are the color of the earth, and we are nobodies. Been born from so many apocalypses. What's one more? Love is still the only revenge. It grows each time the earth is set on fire. But for what it's worth, I'd do this again. Gamble on humanity 100 times over. Commit to life, onto life, as the trees fall and take us with them. I'd follow love into extinction. Thank you, everybody.
Can I get past? Can I get past? Guys? I think that was absolutely beautiful. I don't know about you guys. Okay, first things first. If you are a speaker, can you please go to Yaz at the back? He's waving black and white high vis. Can everyone else please make way for them to go through? It's really crucial that we get all our incredible speakers up here. Next up, we have Adrima Fioletti from Brazil.
Imagining waking up in the middle of the night with the wind blowing out at your window. It's another cyclone that has arrived. Your clothes are wet, you pick up your brothers and run. Your house is underwater. You don't know your native language because it was taken for you before you were born. Your ancestors were kidnapped and raped. They trying to whiten the population by raping and killing your people. Now your name is Italian, German, Portuguese, Spanish. They took everything from you. At 6 years old, men will already try to exploit your body. You grow up with your own lands under attack and exploitation. They want everything: you, your family, your territory, your life. Lost your home is normal in this system. Running out of food, seeing your brothers and sisters with stomach pain from hunger. It's the system. This is not just my story. It is a story of many indigenous and Brazilians who continue to be marginalized and silenced. Tell their stories. Remember their names. We are not just numbers. We have been killed from years. We have been suffering by this system and by this climate crisis from years. One more thing. I ask you to look at Brazil. Our president, Jair Bolsonaro, is not here because he doesn't have the capacity to handle all of his lies. Because he's lying all the time. He's lying about Brazilian people. He's lying about our good preservation of our forest. Liar, liar, our forests are on fire. We are in an emergency. Our country is collapsing, paying debts from the global north and suffering for the government's genocidal policies. Global north, global leaders, Bolsonaro, we will not let you destroy us. The fight continues to the last drop of blood. Nadie es ilegal en tierra roubada. Ninguém é ilegal em terra roubada. No one is illegal on stolen land.
I'll just repeat the end of that one. No one is illegal on stolen land. Our land defenders are crucial to this fight. Next up is Evelyn from Uganda. Woo!
Hello. Hi everyone. I hope you're all fine. I know it's really cold, but thank you all for joining us. My name is Evelyn Acham. I'm a climate activist from Uganda. Uganda is located in Africa, and Africa is one of the countries that are experiencing some of the worst impacts of the climate crisis. And yet, we are not responsible for the current impacts that are already becoming so bad. We emit very little CO2. Very little CO2 emissions, but we are suffering some of the worst impacts. People are dying from floods, disasters like droughts that are drying up people's crops, people's food. Uganda heavily depends on agriculture for food and water. But again, agriculture depends on the natural systems. That means people are left hungry with nothing to eat or nothing to drink. We are here today to demand for justice from the leaders, because we are not responsible as people from Africa, and yet most times we are not being heard. Our voices are not being heard. Our voices are left behind. We are not on the front pages. Why is that so? I'm happy to be here to speak up for so many people back at home who are suffering, who have no hope for a future. Children are dropping out of school because schools have been washed away by floods. Schools have been destroyed, and we do not see the climate finance that was promised to be given to the people that have already been affected by the climate crisis. How long is this going to happen? Children do not have a hope for school. Girls are dropping out of school, and in the end, they have to be given away for marriage in exchange for bride price. Why do we have to go through this? How long shall we do this? How long shall we see this happening? We are here to tell the leaders today that for us in Africa and the Global South, the present is already catastrophic for us. We cannot wait for more 5 years or 10 years. We want justice right now. We want you to start by uprooting the systems that are already destroying our planet. Uproot the systems. Stop investing in any new fossil fuel projects. You need to stop now, because if you continue this, we will not be able to achieve the 1.5 degrees target. We want you to stop. We want you to listen to us. Uproot the systems that have already destroyed our planet and do the right thing. Put the people and the planet above the profit, because money will be useless on the dead planet. We cannot eat money. Thank you very much.
Up next, we have someone from our second one from the UK, is Michaela Loach from the Stop Cambo campaign, and she's also one of the young people taking the UK government to court on climate change. Woo!
Oh wow, there's a lot of people. Okay. Last week, my heart was broken by the people inside that COP building. By the world leaders who steal our sacred words and use them to defend and uphold the oppressive systems of capitalism and white supremacy. Who tell us that action needed to prevent sea level rise engulfing my ancestral home in Jamaica is impossible or not practical. In this heartbreak, fear and despair, I felt weak. But I will allow myself the space for my heart to break, so that the gold of community can be poured into those cracks and make it stronger. Make it bigger, because every time my heart breaks, it is made stronger. The antidote to despair is not to run away or ignore the realities of the societal violence around us. It is not to ignore the violence of our siblings on the front lines who experience at the hands of the neo-colonial fossil fuel companies. It is not to ignore the hypocrisy of the UK government, the hosts of this conference, who prop up these violent fossil fuel companies with £4 billion of our public money in subsidies. This same government who are trying to approve the Cambo oil field and 39 other oil and gas projects at a time when the IEA and the IPCC have said that we can have no new investment in oil and gas if we want a livable future. This is worse than hypocrisy. It is violence. In the face of this violence and despair, we cannot give up. We cannot be overwhelmed. We must act. These are last resort times. So do whatever you can and be audacious about how incredible the future we can create can be. We have to believe that we can achieve it. We must demand an end to capitalism. We must demand an end to white supremacy. We must demand black liberation. We must abolish prisons and the police. We must demand total liberation for all of us, because that is climate justice. Our demands cannot be toned down or palatable. They should worry, disrupt and challenge the status quo. They should be transformational, because what other choice do we have? To sit by and let this happen? We must use all the tools we have. We must do all that we can, because change is not passive. As Rebecca Solnit says, hope comes from action. It's not a lottery ticket that we sit on the sofa hoping that we'll be lucky. It's an axe we use to break down doors with in an emergency. We are that axe. We will break down those doors together, and we must. This goes beyond these 2 weeks in Glasgow. We must keep up the momentum. 3 weeks from now, on the 8th of December, alongside Karen van Sweden and Jeremy Cox, I will be taking the UK government to court over the North Sea oil and gas subsidies I mentioned before. We will hold them accountable. And with the support from all of you here for the Paid to Pollute campaign, we will end public payments for big polluters. We will win, because the power is with the people, the power is with all of us. Thank you.
It is so important that we hold our leaders accountable to this crisis, especially the UK government, which is historically one of the biggest emitters. Up next, from Youth for Climate Argentina, we have Nina.
Hi everyone, I'm Nina Sosnitsky from Jóvenes por el Clima Argentina, Youth for Climate. I'm from Tucumán, a province in the north of my country, which is the poorest in the northwest, with a 46.2% poverty rate. In Tucumán, 30,000 families don't have access to drinking water, and in Argentina, 3.5 million people have no access to safe and drinkable water either. Last year, we saw news everywhere that water began to be listed on the Wall Street market. We are talking about the most basic human right of all. Water cannot be a commercial privilege. The members of an original community in Salta, north of Tucumán, have to walk several kilometers to find drinking water. On top of that, the only containers to carry water that they have access to are empty glyphosate jars that the producers of a soybean monoculture, which is almost on their territory, threw onto the side of their homes. Argentina is the country that applies the most agrotoxins per capita, ensuring the expansion of the agricultural frontier and damaging ecosystems. In addition to this, last year approximately 1.5 million hectares were burned. I have no doubt that every fire is political and that droughts, which are becoming and will be more frequent, are also political. We could endlessly continue mentioning concrete data and examples of subjugation on most vulnerable sectors. We could write volumes about it. There is a common denominator that I cannot fail to mention. These injustices arise from an extractive and withering production system, and they are replicated not only in Tucumán, but also in Argentina, in Latin America, and throughout the global south. The current model of an environmental depredation responds to the logic of a globalized capitalist economic model and to the demands of a world market, a system that is based on commodification of nature, a system designed for a few at the expense of a majority that deepens social gaps and consolidates the consequences of the climate crisis. This model is the result of the imposition of a project of planned misery by the imperialist powers on the north on the people of the south. The climate crisis affects us all, but the crucial point is to understand that it does not affect us all in the same way. The global north is responsible for the debt in human and ecological terms suffered by the global south. It is no coincidence that in the regions where extractive megaprojects are deployed the most, there is more poverty and hunger than in the countries the people responsible for these megaprojects come from. Enough is enough. It's time for those who see our land as an open door to exploit natural resources to begin rethinking what the meaning of the concept development really is. No, it's not fair what we are going through as humanity. However, here we are, striking in Glasgow as leaders decide what's better or worse for our future. I know, guys, I know, we are sick. We are sick of the blah, blah, blah. It saddens me to see the ineffectiveness, the lack of action, the ignorance, the disinterest, the denial, and the procrastination. But look around us. It isn't incredible? I'm excited to be standing here with you, thinking that the same collective activist action I developed in my country, each one of you develops in your own homelands. Come on, despair is not an option. Let's not lower our arms. The way is definitely collective, and the revolution will be always in the streets. Remember, if the present is one of struggle, the future is forever us. Si el presente es lucha, el futuro es nuestro. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Nina. Up next, from the Papua New Guinea, we have Reki Up. Woo!
Good afternoon, Glasgow. Can I see the fist up? There you go. My name is Raki Up. I'm the spokesperson of Free West Papua campaign. And I stand here in full solidarity on behalf of the indigenous peoples of West Papua. West Papua is the western half of the island of New Guinea, world's largest tropical island, described as one of the most frontline areas with the most unique land and marine biodiversity. This is my climate change story, and of that of my people. As political refugee from West Papua after the Indonesian military assassinated my father 4 months before I was born, me and my family had to flee to the Netherlands, where I grew up as Dutch citizen and joined the Dutch army because I thought that is the way to protect human rights, peace and justice. But I found out something else, that behind this militarism there's a huge political game. And that has transformed me to the freedom fighter I become today, an indigenous climate change activist. Imagine that your father was murdered just because he was making music about the pristine land, about the desire towards freedom, about upholding your culture, and that he was murdered about that. Imagine that 1/3 of all this audience was murdered the last 60 years, which is happening in West Papua, estimated by NGOs. 500,000 indigenous West Papuans. Once the home of the indigenous West Papuans, New Guinea Island has become a colonized land by Indonesia today, having world's largest gold mine owned by a US mining corporation, BP with having their one of the largest LNG gas projects, and palm oil companies destroying our ancient lands. World's 3rd largest lung threatened with extinction are how the people. If I reflect you, our current status, 4.6 billion years of life to just 10 years to prevent irreversible destruction of Earth's ecosystems. What does innovation and development means? So this is where climate justice is about. And if I may reflect one of the outcomes of the UN IPCC that states that just 5% of world's populations exist of indigenous communities, have preserved more than 80% of world's remaining biodiversity. They are the most important stakeholders who've been ignored at COP26. Let me underline that. And if I may show you one other number, that 96% of all deforestations due to coal, mining, fossil fuel, cattle, happens on the same indigenous lands such as the Amazon, West Papua and other parts of the global south. So the climate crisis happens on indigenous lands and is still happening there. But we have a way out. But we are not climate victims. We became climate leaders. Can I see fists up? We are the protectors of world's ecosystems. And yesterday, under the leadership of the provincial government, an indigenous-led government in waiting by His Excellency President Wendam, we have launched a green state vision. Go visit it. www.greenstatefishing.info. We are taking the lead. We know how to manage pristine land. We know how to protect the world's third largest rainforest and preserve the world's largest tropical island. And we are taking the lead, kicking out these polluters and offering the world a solution. Thank you very much, and build alliances. Just a small invitation for upcoming Sunday. Please do join the March Against Climate Colonialism on Sunday, meeting outside Broadclays on Argyle Street at 1:30 +1. Thank you very much, and keep up the momentum!
That was absolutely incredible. We have to stand with our land defenders, especially in the Pacific, where they're facing effects right now and have been facing them for decades now. This is not a future problem anymore. Up next, I'd like to welcome two speakers from a Fridays for Future working group who work with activists in risk zones where it's dangerous and even life-threatening to be an activist. So I'd like to welcome Lena and Ali.
One, two, three. Okay. We are Ali and Lena from the Fridays for Future Activists and Risk Zone Task Force, which has and is supporting activists at risks since early 2019. In the past few weeks, we have been working with all of our capacities to evacuate climate activists from Afghanistan. Afghanistan, a country that has been at war for more than 40 years. Generations have fought and sacrificed a lot for the end of the war and have worked hard with care to rebuild their homeland, to make a sustainable future for Afghanistan possible. Once activists in Afghanistan called for help, we started our operations and managed to evacuate around 50 people so far. 3 of those young people are Camila, Ahmad, and Madina.
Camila's life has been in danger because she is a young woman, bravely fighting for climate justice. She has now been evacuated to Pakistan. After the Taliban took over, she has received many death threats. But let us quote her here. So far, we have worked together to protect the environment. If you really work for the environment to save people, we work with you. And now we ask you to cooperate for a visa in a country for a better life and future. Now I live in Pakistan in unknown circumstances, alone and away from my family. I am a girl. I am vulnerable even in Pakistan. I'm very worried and anxious, and my family is worried about me. I do not sleep well at night until the morning. My tears flow. My heart is full of despair. Maybe you understand what such a life is like. If it's difficult to understand, just spend one night in a place where your future is unknown, away from family or friends. Then you will know about me. So with tears in my eyes and my heart in despair and in a state of distress, I ask you to help me as soon as possible. I am a person. Can you bring me to a safe country? Doesn't your heart burn for me? Thank you for listening to the story of a young, lonely, and unfortunate girl.
Ahmad. Ahmad has been actively advocating for children's rights in Afghanistan and started Fridays for Future in Afghanistan. And because of that, he has received many threats from the Taliban. Ahmad says, I lived in Kabul all my life, born in the province of Panjshir. We had bittersweet days in Kabul, good memories of marches and gathering with friends, and bitter memories of losing our best friends to war and terror. But we had a hope to live for our plans and goals, big and small. When we used to march, it was hard and worrying that something bad would happen to all of us. We had future strategies and plans. We were planning the future of Fridays for Future Afghanistan. But when the Taliban came, the government collapsed once and for all. We had to forget our plans, our dreams, our works, our goals. Our only struggle became our survival and how to get out of Afghanistan. We have thousands of memories and we have had our future planned. We are now alienated from them and our homeland. Could you imagine this for a moment? When we were being evacuated, we felt like waiting at the end of the world. And we accepted all the danger and our fate. And now, we're worried and anxious for our families and friends. We are aware of the terrible and ugly events there at every moment.
Madina has been advocating for climate justice for several years now. She now lives safely in Berlin and is trying to pursue her dreams. She's saying, "I always wanted to be strong like a man because of my childhood. I grew up like a man because this country does not value girls and women. Doing workshops for women and children was not easy for me. I am a woman living in a country that has had its people burning and dying due to the politics of another country. But recently the country had progressed. Afghanistan is in need of environmental action because of the bad consequences of climate change, such as water scarcity. As a young environmental activist, I urge the whole world to pay attention because Afghanistan will be a dangerous country in the future. I was expelled by the Taliban by force, and there was no hope for me to continue my education. Members of Fridays for Future, like myself, wish for a day where there is no war in the world and people do not burn because of the policies of other countries.
We are worried about Camila, Ahmad and Madina's families, as well as other people who have been evacuated to Pakistan. There is a possibility that if we remain unsuccessful in finding a country for them where they can be resettled, that the Pakistani government would deport them back to Afghanistan.
And now we are here because we need your support. We need you all to help us raise funds to keep them safe and to evacuate more people. We need you to ask your governments to start humanitarian programs for activists and other people who are on the Taliban's wanted list. We need to speak about this everywhere, as long as Camila, Ahmad, Madina and the rest cannot be here. Imagine these would be European climate activists. No environmental organization would forget about them so quickly. FFF Afghanistan has no representation at this conference, neither at this climate strike. Let us fight together to leave no one behind.
Leave no one behind!
We're super excited to platform those voices, especially because in Glasgow we have a history of supporting the refugees, especially, some of you will remember, on Kinnear Street when we prevented a family being deported. Say it loud and say it clear. Refugees are welcome here. And say it clear. Refugees are welcome here. Woo! Okay, up next we have Fraser Stewart, who is a researcher and something else that I forgot, activist. He researches at Strathclyde Uni, just up the road. So, Fraser.
What a trip, man, what a trip. Can I first say that it's an absolute privilege to be here with the speakers that are on the bill today. I come from a working class community here in Scotland. The kind of community that they say cannot care about the climate crisis. They tell us that climate is the concern of the lovey middle classes and angry young people like you. They insist that working class people couldn't possibly care about the planet that they live on or the other people who live here. But this could not be further from the truth, because there are people everywhere, trust me, from the suburbs to the schemes, who are worried and raging about the climate crisis. People everywhere who are outraged at the loss and damage and destruction being caused by our leaders' lack of action. People everywhere who call bullshit on governments who say that they cannot afford to end poverty or vaccine apartheid or climate chaos while funneling billions into fossil fuels everywhere. People everywhere who see through the hypocrisy of governments claiming to be climate leaders on one hand and then opening new oil fields and coal mines with the other. People everywhere who know that climate change has already devastated millions of most affected people around the world, and who know that, like everything, it is those with the least means and the least responsibility who will be hit the hardest, forced to clean up the mess. The temperature is rising. from the suburbs to the schemes. I promise you that. They say around here that climate's only a concern for folk who don't have to worry about the real issues of poverty and inequality every day. But these are not separate issues, because the climate crisis is driven by exactly the same things that drive poverty and inequalities the world over, and it makes those problems worse. It is driven by the same governments and bosses who think that their profit and growth is worth more than lives and livelihoods and a livable planet. By the same broken economic system that demands the exploitation of marginalised people and working class people everywhere, that exploits the planet itself for the sake of personal financial gain, and a crisis that hits those already fighting for equity and dignity and respect, especially those women and people of colour in the global south, while those with most power and responsibility never have to feel a thing. This is not just a crisis of climate or emissions. This is a crisis of justice, of inequality, of poverty, of racism, of classism, of workers' rights and women's rights, and every intersection in between, in every single corner of the planet. And this is why we say that climate justice is social justice, and why we bring these struggles together, because these are not separate struggles. Because building a greener and fairer world that supports communities and people and nature everywhere means uprooting the same broken system together. They say that working class people know nothing and care less about climate justice. But there is one thing that we do know for certain, that working class and marginalised people know better than anywhere in the world. We know that there is power in solidarity. We know that there is strength in uniting our struggles to force real change. We know that we all can have justice, but only if we are willing to stand together and demand it. So to everyone here today, or watching at home, from the suburbs to the schemes, from the north to the south, I say this. This is our fight. From frontline activists to frontline workers, this is our fight. From George Square to Georgetown, Kilmarnock to Kampala, this is our fight. From Dundee to Dakar, Aberdeen to the Amazon, this is our fight, because climate justice is social justice, because together we are powerful, and because together we can demand the safer present and the fairer, greener future that all of us deserve. Thank you very much.
Beautiful. It's good. Voices in Genius. Você entra com...
Next up, we have a really, really special act, I think. We have some indigenous people who are here to share their voices. They're from lots of different countries. We have Guatemala, Mexico. They're going to share some of their culture with you guys. So, there's a lot of them, so it might take a little while to come up.
Now?
Yes.
No. Forget what. Okay.
Whoever's going first. Are you speaking first? Okay.
3, 2, 1, go. Vem, passa.
Hey, Anapue, hey, Anapue, hey, Anapue, hey. Hey,
Olá. Olá, eu sou Samela Sateré-Maué, sou indígena do povo Sateré-Maué de Manaus, do Amazonas, Amazônia, Brasil.
Hello, I am Samela Sateré-Maué, of the Sateré-Maué people in Manaus, Brazil, in the Amazon.
Eu não podia deixar de falar aqui sozinha sem a presença das minhas irmãs indígenas, meus parentes indígenas.
I couldn't come here alone without the presence of my brothers and sisters, indigenous brothers and sisters.
Nós, povos indígenas, somos os principais defensores do meio ambiente.
We, the indigenous people, are the main defenders of the environment.
Nós estamos aqui enquanto povos indígenas do Brasil e também do Equador, mas enquanto povos indígenas do Brasil, nós estamos com uma delegação de cerca de 40 lideranças indígenas. Estamos aqui para denunciar toda a política genocida do governo brasileiro.
We are here as indigenous people from both Brazil and the equator, but as Brazil, we have about 40 indigenous people here to denounce Brazil's government genocidal politics.
No Brasil, nossas terras indígenas não estão sendo demarcadas e todos os dias nós sofremos com as consequências das mudanças climáticas.
In Brazil, our lands aren't being demarked and we are suffering every day from climate change.
Nós defendemos os nossos territórios com a nossa vida. Nossos parentes indígenas estão morrendo, sendo assassinados. As nossas crianças Yanomami estão morrendo afogadas nos rios.
We are every day defending our territories with our lives. Indigenous people are dying. We have to die. Our brothers and sisters are dying. Yanomami children are dying in the rivers. They're being
Come on then.
Mr. Beauty, why are you wearing a top?
They love ecocide, unfortunately.
Por isso, a nossa delegação dos povos indígenas do Brasil veio com a mensagem demarcação já.
Modi, look to your right, maybe. Look to your left.
Okay, come on. I'll put her in there.
The climate criminals. Lock them up with the climate criminals. Coming through.
Mr. Trump, how are you doing?
Here come the climate criminals. Come through. Come on, climate criminals here. That's it, keep moving.
What we pay them for.
disgrace. The disgrace.
We've got him in chains now. Sorry. On they go. They know what they've done. Do we have a shift change in the right, mate? Maybe half an hour? A bit of a handful.
Modi's a bit like Síguenos.
Muchos kilómetros de aquí. Porque es indignante escuchar los discursos, los dobles discursos de nuestros representantes gubernamentales.
I am a young mother. We are here, a delegation of young indigenous people, because we're outraged of the double discourses, the hypocritical discourses of our governments here at the COP.
Cuando en la COP escuchamos a nuestro presidente dar un discurso
Of our governments here at the COP.
Cuando en la COP escuchamos a nuestro presidente dar un discurso de que nos está protegiendo, dar un discurso cuando en realidad en nuestros territorios nos está terminando, los bosques están siendo destruidos sin tener piedad, porque en cada lugar, en cada territorio estamos seres humanos que estamos conservando ese territorio vivo.
We have heard our governments come here to the COP speak about how they're protecting wildlife. But that is not true. In our territories, they're killing us. They're killing wildlife. They're killing forests.
Cuando viene desde nuestro país, dando concesiones petroleras, mineras, viene acá una cumbre mundial que es para hablar del cambio climático y viene a decir que todo en nuestro país está bien, cuando en realidad todos estamos siendo criminalizados por este gobierno.
In our country, they are concessioning our indigenous territories to oil companies and mining companies. And they're criminalizing our indigenous leaders, incarcerating them.
Siendo una mínima parte de población, somos el 80% que la de la biodiversidad que está conservado por los pueblos originarios. Y creo que por esta razón nuestras voces, nuestras propuestas deben ser escuchadas en todos los convenios internacionales sobre el cambio climático.
As many of you probably already know, we're small indigenous people make up a small percentage of the world's population, but we are protecting more than 80% of the world's biodiversity. And for this reason, our voices should be listened to in this COP spaces. Our voices should be heard.
Queremos hacer un pedido a los gobiernos, a las organizaciones internacionales como la ONU, la UE, que sea el territorio de los pueblos originarios sea declarado selva viva, porque nosotros tenemos una conexión muy importante, que tal vez para los demás parezca algo falso que no exista. Que el Causaxacha, selva viviente, sea declarado jurídicamente en los acuerdos internacionales como ser vivo sujeto de derecho.
We call upon world leaders, we call upon international organizations like the UN, environmental organizations, to recognize and declare legally our territories, living forests, because those territories are alive. All those beings that live on the land are alive.
Que los líderes, los representantes, nuestros dirigentes de cada uno de nuestros territorios tengan la seguridad por su vida, tengamos la seguridad por nuestra vida, porque luchar, gritar en defensa de nuestro territorio es como estarnos exponiendo a la muerte, porque cada uno de nuestros líderes, nuestros dirigentes en cada uno de nuestros territorios están siendo amenazados.
We also call upon the world to protect indigenous land defenders, indigenous leaders, because when we are fighting, when we are protecting our forests, land and biodiversity, we are putting our lives and our bodies on the line. We're constantly threatened for doing this work.
Los pueblos originarios estamos muy preocupados porque somos los primeros en ya recibir tenemos los efectos de cambio climático. Nuestro pueblo recientemente ha pasado por una inundación que antiguamente sucedía cada 50 años. Ahora es cada mes, cada 2 meses. Nos hemos quedado sin casa, sin nuestros chicos, sin nuestra chacra, sin nuestra alimentación. Y es muy triste saber que venimos acá para que nos escuchen y no tenemos ni siquiera espacios donde nos puedan escuchar y acoger nuestras propuestas.
We call upon everyone to support us and support our voices and our demands, because not only are we the first ones to be affected by extractive industries such as the fossil fuel industry, but we're also the first ones to feel the effects of climate change. Recently, just last year, our community was flooded by massive floods that never happened, or that happened maybe every 50 years, and now it's happening every month, every 2 months. We lost houses. Houses were washed away. Schools for children were washed away by the river. The bridge was washed away. Our food, our crops, everything.
Hago pedido a cada uno de ustedes que en nuestras condiciones, que en nuestra posibilidad, hagamos algo por cuidar el planeta, porque los acuerdos que hacen en las cumbres internacionales son soluciones falsas. Entonces el cambio está en cada uno de nosotros para poder seguir viviendo. Gracias.
La lucha sigue. La lucha sigue, sigue.
I also call upon each one of you to take action in your everyday lives, because the agreements that they are making inside the COPs are false solutions. The solutions is with us. It's with each and one of you. So let's work together on this.
Fora Bolsonaro! Meu nome é Ninauá, sou cacique geral do povo Runicuí, na Amazônia brasileira. E eu estou aqui para trazer a voz daqueles que não puderam estar aqui, que estão sofrendo os impactos causados com os empreendimentos das multinacionais que estão investindo na região amazônica.
Hello, I am the leader of the Munikui people. I am here from the Amazon to denounce the exploration that is being done to our lands by big companies.
Nós somos os verdadeiros guardiões da floresta amazônica.
We are the real guardians of the Amazon rainforest.
Nós estamos lutando, temos lutado todos os dias para protegê-la, mesmo que para isso nós tenhamos que dar a nossa vida.
We are fighting every day to protect it, even if we have to give our lives for it.
E nós vamos continuar lutando.
And we're gonna keep fighting.
Nós fazemos isso não somente por nós fazemos isso por vocês também.
We don't only do it for ourselves. We do it for you as well.
Nós estamos lutando uma luta diferente para proteger a Amazônia contra a exploração predatória que todos os dias bate na porta dos nossos territórios.
We have a different fight going on. We have to fight against predatory exploration that is happening right to our land, to our home, every single day.
Nós precisamos do apoio de vocês. Nós precisamos estar junto para defender o pulmão do mundo, que é a Amazônia.
We need your help. We need to act together to defend the lungs of the world that are the Amazon.
No Brasil, o Congresso Nacional Brasileiro está com ataque sistemático contra os nossos direitos dos nossos territórios.
In Brazil, the National Congress is attacking us directly, and it is not giving us the rights to our own territories.
São projetos de lei que, se aprovados forem, nós iremos enfrentar uma nova onda de genocídio no Brasil.
They are law projects that, if they are pushed through, we will have to fight another wave of genocide in Brazil.
Estão tentando flexibilizar os nossos direitos garantidos dentro da Constituição, nos acordos internacionais, para flexibilizar o nosso território, para entregarem às indústrias predatórias.
They are trying to decrease our rights, to decrease our territories, and to give rights to predatory industries.
E eu sei que vocês se importam. Eu sei que vocês sabem da importância da Amazônia para a existência da futura geração. E eu sei que vocês não vão nos deixar sozinhos nessa luta.
And I know that you care. I know that you care about the survival of the Amazon. And I know you won't leave us alone in this fight.
Eu quero finalizar dizendo que hoje nós estamos na COP26. Eu acompanho a COP desde a Rio+20.
I want to finalize by saying that we are at COP26. I'm here at COP since Rio 20.
E todos os anos, em todas as COP, se fazem acordos, se discute bilhões para proteger as nossas biodiversidades. Porém, isso não está resolvendo. Os líderes mundiais têm que discutir ações concretas que vai resolver o problema da crise climática. Porque os acordos que estão sendo feitos nas COP não estão resolvendo nada.
The deals that are being made by the global leaders, they're talking about billions of dollars, but they're not solving anything.
São 1,7 bilhões anunciado para a proteção da Amazônia. Porém, este recurso, talvez ele nem chegue nas nossas comunidades, muito menos vai proteger os nossos territórios ou vai garantir uma vida melhor, social, para as nossas famílias.
It's 1.7 billion being discussed for indigenous people, but none of it might actually get to us. None of it might actually help us or bring us security.
Queria agradecer aos organizadores que nos convidaram para poder fazer essa fala. Quero dizer isso não com emoção, eu quero dizer isso com indignidade. Com indignidade porque é isso que nós estamos vivenciando todos os dias dentro dos nossos territórios.
I want to thank the organizers for inviting us, and I don't say this with emotion, I say it with indignation, because this is what we're fighting every day in our territories.
E vou, para finalizar mesmo, vou dizer que uma das soluções, uma das verdadeiras soluções para a crise climática é devolver os territórios sagrados do nosso povo. Demarcação já! Demarcação já! Demarcação já!
The way to end the climate crisis is to give us back our sacred territories.
No. Hello, my name is Elena Walinga. I come from the same community as Abigail. My community is a community that has been suffering from the oil industry since before I was even born. And that is the reality of many, many indigenous and Amazonian communities in Ecuador and in the other Amazonian countries. But I want to talk about how is this even possible? How is it even possible that we have every year more concessions and how we every year can see more oil platforms being built in the Amazon? It is only possible because there are people financing that. And the same people that are perpetuating this violence on our lands are the same ones having the negotiations over there in that building at COP. We need to start talking about this. Behind every murder that happens in the Amazon, or that happens to every killing that happens to a land defender, there is a company behind that, there is a government behind that, there is a name behind that. US and European banks are every day financing and investing in the Amazon destruction. They're investing in the killing of the Amazon and in the killing of the people. There are people actually responsible for this, and we need to hold them accountable. Everyone behind me comes from a people that has been fighting not just to protect their lands, but for our survival. I'm 19, this has been happening for years and years and years, and I'm only following the footsteps of my people and of my elders. And now the youth here have come here because it's, this has been going on for generations and generations. The people behind me grew up in that violence, and now they have to take off on the fight so that we can defend our territories. It's not supposed to be like that. The children behind me, they're not supposed to have to do this in 20 years. Keep the oil in the ground. We need to phase out from fossil fuel, and that is, I come from a territory where they all are wanting to drill oil, and then we're talking about how fossil fuel is creating climate change, how it's causing climate change. So the same thing that is happening to our lands and our territories is what is causing climate change, which is this global problem. And then we have indigenous people on the land protecting them, protecting our lands and the forests from this. But we're also the ones that are living with climate change in our lands. I just want to end this with saying support indigenous people, support the people that are protecting the forest, support the Amazon, and let's hold them accountable. Thank you.
Jangga iskun jungga jungga wasi haji
Voy a cantar una canción. Yo soy mujer guaraní de Yasuní, de Ecuador, en la Amazonía.
My name is Alicia, and I'm a Waorani woman from the Ecuadorian Amazon. I'm going to sing you a song.
Nosotros, mujeres, estamos dando ese mensaje para que la humanidad, las generaciones que puedan vivir en el futuro la vida del mundo que necesitan, el petróleo que quede bajo la tierra, la minería también bajo la tierra, nosotros seríamos felices para todo el mundo que queremos una vida mejor para nosotros. Y voy a cantar una canción.
This is a message from indigenous women in the Amazon to keep oil in the ground, to stop mining. That is good for all of us, for indigenous people and for the world. And I'm going to sing this song to you now.
Tôi mong bên ghép bông ai avi, tôi mong bên ghép bông ai avi, tôi mong bên ghép bông ai avi, cảm ơn boni bông ai avi, cảm ơn boni bông ai avi. nanamente gokina mange, nanamente gokina mange, nanamente gokina mange, nenge tamanyunga hang a ave, nenge tamanyunga hang a ave, Mimporing awaringa, mimporing awaringa, mimporing awaringa, mimporing awaringa, warete bikiana wete, monito me bien que, monito me bien que, monito me bien que, monito me bien que, warete bikiana wete, da vamos también,
Aquí, buenas tardes con todas y con todos. ¿Quién puede traducir?
Good evening, everyone.
Me gustaría ver todos los letreros y todas las pancartas que han traído y banderas de los diferentes países. Y el pueblo mapuche que veo atrás y las huipalas.
I would like to see all the banners and all the signs that you have brought here, and also the Mapuche flag that I can see over there.
Que se vea el poder del pueblo aquí presente.
I want to see the people's power over here.
Atrás hay un hombre en ese monumento desde que llegamos resistiendo.
I've been watching this man at the monument resisting from since we got here.
Ahí está, esa es la resistencia. Somos de la Guardia Indígena de Ecuador.
That is resistance. We come from the indigenous, from Guardia Indígena from Ecuador.
Tenemos muchos muertos, heridos y gente en prisión.
We had a lot of siblings that have been murdered, that are hurt or are imprisoned.
Pero eso levantó la lucha en Chile, en Colombia y en toda Sudamérica.
But that is also what inspired for us to rise up all over South America, in Chile and in Colombia and all over South America.
Pero nuestros gobiernos dicen que eso es progreso porque la gente del otro mundo, la gente del otro color necesita nuestros minerales, petróleo y todo lo que eso hacen a nombre de ustedes.
But this is only happening because the governments are saying that they need the mines and all that is on our lands.
En nuestros países dicen que ustedes necesitan todo lo que nosotros tenemos para el progreso.
They are saying that we need this for development, that we need your lands for development.
Y yo quiero saber con una bulla si es verdad que ustedes quieren la explotación de nuestros países.
I just want to ask you, do you really want to exploit our lands? Can we get some noise?
No los escucho.
I can't hear you.
Hagamos que Bolsonaro y el presidente Lazo de nuestro país sepan que no quieren nuestros productos.
Can we let Bolsonaro and Ecuador's President Lasso know that we don't want extraction?
Entonces, les invito a luchar, les invito a pelear, les invito a pronunciarse, les invito a pensar en otro mundo que es posible, porque sin ustedes no lo podríamos lograr.
So I invite you to fight with me, to speak up and to imagine another world, because it will only be possible if we do it together.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
She just wanted to meet them. Gracias. Thank you. I don't know where they are. Where are the mics? They're still on?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, they're still on. Great. I think they want to say
Stuart!
That's okay.
Thank you, yeah. México. Hola. Nosotras somos una delegación de mujeres que venimos de un territorio que ahora llaman México. Somos defensoras de la tierra, de diferentes territorios que existen en este país. Venimos porque traemos un mensaje desde un futuro más esperanzador. Uno en el que logramos detener la catástrofe climática y civilizatoria. La solución no fueron los viajes espaciales y la colonización de otros planetas. No fueron las grandes negociaciones entre los poderosos, sino la organización de abajo. Los que estamos cerca de la tierra, los que sentimos la tierra, los que tenemos la tierra, los que somos propietarios de la tierra. No fue fácil, pero fue posible. Implicó tener que detener un tren Maya, al que le dicen Maya, que están construyendo en el sureste de México. También implicó detener el extractivismo en las minas en diferentes territorios del país. En 2021 asumimos la urgencia de dejar de financiar el exterminio con consumismo y empezamos a curarnos con la tierra, con el agua, con el aire. En 2021 nos quedó claro que el futuro no se negocia, el futuro se defiende. En 2021 nos dimos cuenta que las alternativas a la crisis climática siempre estuvieron aquí, viviendo en los pueblos que curan la vida, que están viviendo aquí en nosotras, en los cuerpos de nuestras abuelas, en los cuerpos de nuestros abuelos. En 2021 reconocimos la ciencia de los saberes ancestrales que nos han permitido vivir en reciprocidad con los territorios por miles de años. En 2021 asumimos la responsabilidad de entender que la naturaleza es nuestra condición de existencia y por eso la lucha por la madre tierra es la madre de todas las tierras. Venimos aquí también a traer nuestras voces, a pedir justicia, justicia por los defensores que han sido asesinados por los gobiernos de México. Pedimos justicia por Samir. Samir vive. Justicia también queremos pedir por los pueblos de nuestros hermanos de Guatemala, por el pueblo maya de Quechí, del Estor y Izabal. Sí a la vida, no a la minería.
Hi everybody. We are a delegation of indigenous women from different organizations and movements from all around Mexico and Guatemala. We have a message to you from a more hopeful future, one in which we manage to stop the current climate and civilizational catastrophe. The solutions to this crisis were not space travels or the colonization or other planets. They were not the great negotiations among the most powerful people either. The solution was in the organization from below. Those of us who are close to the Mother Earth. It was not easy, but it was possible. For this, we had to fight against a train in the peninsula of Yucatan and against a train in the isthmus of Tehuantepec, against windmills, thousands of windmills that are grabbing the land in the isthmus, against mining in the territory of Estor Izabal in Guatemala, in the Maya Quechí people, the mining of all over the territory of Mexico, and depressive mega projects. For this, we lost brothers and sisters. We lost Samir Flores Soberanes, who was fighting against a thermoelectrical project in Huesca, Morelos. So that's why in 2021, we assumed the urgency to stop prompting extermination with consumerism, and we began to heal ourselves with the earth. In 2021, it became clear that the future is not negotiable. The future is to be defended. In 2021, we realized that the alternatives to the climate crisis were always here. Living in the people who care for life on Earth. In 2021, we recognize the science of ancestral knowledge that has allowed us to live in reciprocity with our lands for thousands of years. As our sisters from Amazonia, they already talk about us. In 2021, we assume that the responsibility to understand that nature is our condition of existence, and the struggle for Mother Earth is the mother of all struggles. Finally, we just want to invite you to a gathering, a global gathering of indigenous women called Cura da Terra. It's a gathering to indigenous women to talk about how we heal our bodies, the land, and our souls. It will be the 10th of November at 5 p.m. in the Contemporary Center of Arts. And we ask just one thing more. ¡Alerta! 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 ¡Alerta que camina la lucha de los pueblos por América Latina! ¡Alerta! ¡Alerta! ¡Alerta que camina la lucha de los pueblos por América Latina! ¡Y tiembla! ¡Y tiembla! ¡Y tiembla ese activista! ¡Que América Latina será siempre defendida! ¡Y tiembla! ¡Y tiembla! ¡Y tiembla ese activista! ¡Que América Latina será siempre defendida! ¡Justice for Samir Flores!
That was quite long, but with a lot of people. I think it was incredibly important to hear everything they had to say. So, we have a few more speakers before we're going to finish up. Up next, I'd like to bring on Amy Ferguson from Unite the Union.
Hi, my name's Amy Ferguson. I'm a trade unionist with Unite Hospitality in Northern Ireland, and I'm also a member of International Socialist Alternative. So this week, Boris Johnson himself admitted that events like the last G8, G20, and I'd argue the COP as well, were mere drops in an overwarming ocean. These so-called world leaders and their sponsors in the fossil fuel companies have had decades and decades to act on the issue of the climate. Yet all they have for us today still is capitalist greenwashing. We have multi-billion-pound fast food companies offering us paper straws and saying job done. We have huge polluters in the fossil fuel industry continuing business as usual, and that's okay because they're planting some trees. And that's the best they can offer us. You only need to scratch the surface of their rhetoric to see that it is superficial. Since the Paris Climate Agreement in 2015, the world's largest 60 banks have invested 3.8 trillion in fossil fuel companies. That's not just inaction, that's the active wrecking of our planet. Whilst the delegates at COP pat themselves on the back whilst doing as little as they can get away with without stepping on the toes of their fossil fuel sponsors, We need to remember it's not them that put the climate on the agenda. It was the millions of students and ordinary people across the world who did that. It is these movements that have offered us a lifeline. The other week I was at my union's policy conference alongside hundreds of other delegates representing over 1 million workers across the UK and Ireland. At that conference we had a significant discussion on how we can deal with the climate crisis. Workers in heavy industries, in transport, etc. stood up to talk about how inspired they have been by the climate movement. They were talking about how necessary it is for our movements to link up. And it was recognised that while some like to pretend that we have to choose between a habitable planet and employment, the opposite is actually the case. There's so much work to be done in building green infrastructure, in developing new technologies internationally. And again, the initiative for such is not coming from above. The initiative and the know-how is coming from ordinary working class people. In Belfast, a couple of years ago, the workers at Harland and Wolff shipyard were threatened with job losses and the closure of their yard. But instead of just accepting that fate, the workers occupied their yard and offered a clear solution to the crisis. They said their skills should be put to use in building green infrastructure. They ended up saving their jobs. Now, consider the rail workers who threatened strike action in Glasgow here last week over pay. When those workers withdraw their labour, they could have cities at a standstill and there'd be no ignoring them. And just because of the mere threat of using that power, they've won a pay rise. Now imagine if all of us fighting for investment in free public transport linked up with the workers in those sectors to exert our collective power. We could be unstoppable. And by the way, I just also want to add, it's absolutely amazing to see our striking comrades in the GMB here, so full solidarity to them. Our energies after this week must not dwindle. We need to focus on trying and building and developing on those links, on organising together for such actions down the line. And again, it's working class and young people who are pointing the way out of this crisis. We have the power, the plans and the ideas, but we can't control what we don't own. Our movement needs to set its sights on dealing with the root of this crisis. We can't afford to allow the capitalist system, the billionaires, the CEOs and their politicians to continue on their wrecking path. We have to take the power out of the hands of those who do not care. The alternative needs to be socialist. It needs to be based on the public ownership and democratic control of the major corporations and finance sector. This would allow us to develop an international plan to meet the needs of people and the planet, not just the bank accounts of the rich. Now, the politicians have been telling us to be realistic, to be moderate. And in response to that, I want to repeat the words of Scottish-born Irish trade unionist James Connolly. Our demands, most moderate, are, we only want the earth. Thank you.
The workers, united, will never be defeated. The workers, united, will never be defeated. Thank you. Amazing. Okay. Up next we have Jean, who's from the Philippines.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am John Bonifacio from the Southern People's Action on COP26. I'm also part of Youth Advocates for Climate Action Philippines and Fridays for Future Most Affected Peoples and Areas. Right now, just a bus ride away from here, world leaders are talking about youth empowerment in addressing climate change. And for the past few days, and actually decades, youth around the world have tried to play a role in all the negotiations about our present and future. And yet we, the youth from the Global South, alongside so many more of the most impacted peoples of the world, are here. That is because we have been excluded. Peoples who have fought tooth and nail to get here to Glasgow, while billionaires and fossil fuel CEOs coming in their private jets and super yachts get to speak at COP and lecture us on how to save the planet. The Philippines is one of the most impacted countries when it comes to the climate crisis. I have witnessed firsthand how 2 of the costliest typhoons to ever hit the country just last year. Floods reaching the roofs of 2, 3-story buildings, lives and livelihoods erased overnight. On top of this, our President Rodrigo Duterte is cracking down on environmental activism, calling for the massacre of indigenous Lumad peoples, other land and environment defenders, and shutting down climate activists by calling us terrorists. It's no wonder that the Philippines has remained the deadliest country in Asia for 8 consecutive years. Gloria Capitan, Obilo Bayao, Datu Victor Danyan, all assassinated under the Duterte regime for protesting against destructive coal, mining, and plantation projects in the Philippines. The climate crisis is not an issue, it's an issue of today, not 2050, not 2030. And each second these world leaders delay action towards global mitigation and adaptation condemns billions across the world to an unlivable future. And it is exactly what they are doing at COP, which in all its exclusion has devolved into a celebration of pointless promises of world leaders, patting themselves on the back, all the while sacrificing millions in the global south on the altar of capitalism and imperialism. The climate crisis is rooted in the imperialist exploitation of people and planet. Around the world, the global south bears the brunt of climate change and ecological degradation, all driven by a system that places profit over people's lives. We only stand a chance at changing society for the better if we look beyond conferences like COP and look around us. It is through collective organized action with the people that we can work to address the crisis holistically, both from the grassroots all the way to the international level. Nevertheless, we echo the demands of the peoples of the world. World leaders of the global north, deliver on your commitment to provide $100 billion yearly to the most impacted countries. Rapid, just, and equitable emissions reductions in line with the 1.5 degrees Celsius pathway. This is the bare minimum that needs to be done. And we are well aware that the global north owes so much more to the south from the impacts of climate change, historical and ongoing colonialism, and so much more. So the world leaders, again, we are here and we will not be ignored. If COP26 will just be a space for so-called world leaders to talk to one another, then we will make our own space. The youth, alongside the other oppressed sectors of society, and forge our own way forward to build a society that's sustainable, just, and puts people and planet over profit. So what do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, John. Up next, from the Brazil Black Coalition, we have Marcelo Rocha.
Hello, everyone. I'm Marcelo Rocha, activist for climate and racial justice. I'm come from Brazil, from my community in Mauá. Also, I'm activist with Black Coalition of Brazil. And the articulation of bringing together more than 200 organizations from Brazil who have denounced and continued constant struggle against the genocide of the black population in Brazil. Our defenders, our territories, and space of environmental is human life and against the environmental racism. The fundamental debate in climate racism is still not widely accepted or died by environmental movements, climate movements, and great leaders. As a result, we have a lack of environmental secure urban and rural territories with a majority of the black population impacted by expropriation, water, air pollution, extreme weather events, house of risk in areas, waste disposal, lack of access to service of sanitation, impacted by floods, landslides, wet-borne disasters, among others. The climate crisis is also humanitarian. It has direct impact on our black lives, our black population in the world. The government of Brazil has violated the environmental laws and codes, and the result has the death of the black people in Brazil. The deforestation, the forests from Amazon, Cerrado, Caatinga, Atlantic Forest, and Pantanal. In the case of Amazon, the forest, indigenous people and quilombola communities have been impacted by deforestation and criminal activities of legal or illegal mining. Criminal actions are added to legal and of North, Midwest and Northwest regions, impacting the territories of the traditional peoples and communities. COP26 must be ambitious and realistic in the proposal for climate change. The developed countries and the unsustainable carbonization of the planet, our inequalities have produced over 200 years, and the collective response of developing and the poor countries for the most part and the most affected people. The global north need here the global south. The global north need here the black people. The global north need here the Brazil people, the Amazon people, the Quilombolas people, the people of global south, the people of Latin America. Poor developing countries cannot go back to being colonies and again impacted by new zero carbon but industrialization for only the North people. It's time to stop worrying about the loss of profit and transnational corporations. Not is for corporations, it's for the people, it's for the life, it's for the people most affected by climate crisis. It's urgent considering other development models, other ways to living in society and reconnecting human relationship that constitute of part of nature. It's necessary to consider the technology of the peoples in the global south and different voice of women, LGBT, voice of youth, quilombolas, and the peripheral people. Environmental racism and climate racism affect all movements, affect all lives, and now the black people not in silence more. It's time to hear black voice here. This is a dream of Luther King. This is a dream of Malcolm. This is a dream of Lélia Gonzalez. This is a dream of Emicida, Zumbi dos Palmares. This is a dream of the black people in quilombos and favelas in Brazil. Decolonize your climate solutions. Decolonize your climate solutions. Decolonize your climate solutions. Climate justice without racial justice is new colonialism. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to invite our last group speech to the stage. So we have from Colombia, we have, are you ready guys? Sorry. We have Laura, we have Gabriela, we have Juan, and we have Emiliana.
Hi everyone, we are climate activists from Colombia, and today we want to honor the socio-environmental defenders that have been killed in the last 2 years of no COP. Colombia is the most dangerous country to be an environmental defender in the whole world, and no one cares. Especially in these kind of events as COP26, that are built on racism, classism, capitalism, and spectacle. A couple of days ago, there was an event hosted by Global Witness here in Glasgow about environmental defenders and social justice. And they didn't call any Colombian defender, and neither had language accessibility, knowing that Latin America is the most dangerous region to be an environmental defender, and it has been for many, many years. And we evidently don't speak English as our first language. Today, we want to name environmental leaders and invite you to join our fight for the life and our land. Because in our country, we had a peace agreement that has been destroyed by our president. And although he says in these events that he's a leader of climate action. He's doing nothing to protect the life and work of environmental leaders on the ground.
In our country, we say, those who die defending life cannot be considered dead. We would like to invite you to join us in saying some of their names. We cannot say all of their names because it would become night if we said all of their names. We will each name one environmental defender that was assassinated in our country and their story. After, we will say justice for this leader, and we would like you to answer back in unison, justice, while raising your fist. Let us try it now. Maritza Isabel Quiroz was a land defender and peasant leader. She was assassinated in Santa Marta in 2019. Justice for Maritza.
Justice!
Juana Perea, she was an environmental leader and women's organizer opposed to the Puerto of Truga, and she was assassinated in Nuquí in 2020. Justice for Juana.
Justice!
Magdalena Cucunawa, she was an indigenous people's defender from the Macaguan community, and she was assassinated in Arauca in 2019. Justice for Magdalena.
Justice! Yamit Alonso Silva Torres. He was defender of the Cocuy National Park, and he was assassinated in Boyacá last year. Justice for Yamit. Justice!
And many more, but time won't be enough to name all of them. That's why we need the Escazú Agreement to be ratified, because it's the link between climate justice and human rights, and it's the only mechanism to protect them. Because we won't achieve any solution here at COP26 even though if we don't defend the defenders.
We need your help now. Your help for holding our countries accountable for human rights violations, because they are not saying anything about this and they are lying to everybody. These type of events like COP26, they are not saying the truth, and we need your help because there is not a single climate goal that could be achieved if we do not protect first life of those who defend their territory and the most important ecosystems, social ecosystems we need for counteracting climate crisis. So there's no climate action without climate justice. That's why we need your help to put pressure to our countries, because they're not saying a single word. And here they are greenwashing all the things they do back home.
We would like your help now. You can help us because our government does not care what we say in Colombia, but they care what Europeans think. So right now, we need all of your voices together to ask our government to ratify the Escazú Accord. How to say it? Let's practice. Escazú. So now I will say, what do we want? And you are going to answer Escazú. And when do we want it? Now. Are you ready? Woo. What do we want?
Escazú!
When do we want it?
Now!
What do we want?
Escazú!
When do we want it?
Now!
Thank you very much.
Woo.
Up next, we have a speaker I'm very, very excited to introduce. You might have seen her on the cover of Time recently. Vanessa Nakate from Uganda.
Thank you for coming out here. Once again, we are faced with another COP event. How many more of these should they hold until they realize that their inactions are destroying the planet? We are seeing the impacts of the climate crisis. I come from Kampala, Uganda, a country that has one of the fastest changing climates in the world. And allow me explain it this way. Abantu bafa. ennimiro z'abantu ziggwawo, abaana tebakyagenda ku masomero. When I say this, I mean people are dying, children are dropping out of school, people's farms are being destroyed. Tetumanyi the kind of future we are going into. We are in a crisis. We are in a disaster that is happening every day. Ebyamaguzi by'abantu bigwawo, amataba mu Kampala and different parts of the country. When I say that, I mean floods are ravaging different parts of Kampala, different parts of Uganda, and across the African continent. Historically, Africa is responsible for only 3% of global emissions, and yet Africans are suffering some of the most brutal impacts fueled by the climate crisis. But while the African continent, while the global south is on the front lines of the climate crisis, they are not on the front pages of the world's newspapers. We've seen activists from the most affected areas being erased from pictures, from conversations, and removed from rooms. But how will we have climate justice if people from the most affected areas are not being listened to? The climate crisis is here now, but the dry land can be glad again. The farms can blossom again. The animals can rejoice because there is water to drink. There is a loud singing in once parched lands. The pain and suffering is gone. There is a celebration of the people because the disasters are gone. Our history is visible. There is no fear of losing it. We won't have to just tell our children about our cultures because they will see and experience them themselves. We won't have to fight for limited resources because there will be enough for everyone. There is food to drink, there is food to eat and water to drink. Children can go to school with no fear of dropping out. There is joy and singing because finally no child can be forced into marriage. Once flooded places will dry and bloom again. There is triumph in the city because the power of the people finally won. The world is green again. Nature has been restored. The planet and creation is respected. Another world is necessary. Another world is possible. And this is just a glimpse of it. And today, we shall continue to fight on in every way we can. We cannot give up now. We need to continue holding leaders accountable for their actions. We cannot keep quiet about climate injustice. Your actions matter. No action is too small to make a difference, and no voice is too small to make a difference. Let us keep the faith for the future. Which faith will give us the hope for the world not yet seen, but the world that we can imagine, the world that I just told you about. And above all, the love for the people and for the planet. Three things should stay with us as we continue to organize and mobilize and strike and speak up and demand for climate justice. That is faith, hope, and love. And the greatest of these things is love, because when we continue to love the people, when we continue to love the planet, that will be the strength we need to fight for a future that is sustainable, that is healthy, that is clean and equitable for all of us. Thank you.
That was incredible. I'd like to invite our second last speaker, Ina Maria from Namibia. Thank you.
Hello, Glasgow. Oh my goodness, so many people. How are we doing? Yo, before I start, I would like to honor all of the defenders, our indigenous people that came all the way here to deliver their messages. Honor the sacred, honor the indigenous people that are all here today. My name is Ina Maria Shikongo. I come from Namibia, a desert, a beautiful country, surrounded by 2 deserts. And today we have a company all the way from Canada, wanting to frack up the Kavango, putting my people at risk. And I am asking COP26 today, why do you keep on whitewashing everything? Stop talking about the Nazi genocide only. Let's talk about the genocide that you have imposed on our people. Globally. You colonialists, you came to our continent, you took our ancestors, you enslaved them. That was the genocide. You went to the Americas. You caused genocides there. And you never talk about them. You went to Africa. And you are still continuing with your genocides. Boris Johnson, the genocide that you people are endorsing is happening right now. Let's talk about Cambo. Let's talk about Recon Africa. Let's talk about ECOP. What's up with all of these new oil projects? What is happening in Mendoza? Yo, people, we are tired of your neo-colonial trends. The generation that will hold you accountable is this generation. It has been born. We are here today because we know that COP26 won't do anything. They want to continue the massacre that they have been responsible for hundreds of years already. Your wealth is built on the blood of our people. And we want change. We will not give up. We want justice for Ken Saro-Wiwa. You people have to be held accountable for the genocide and ecocide that you have been causing. We want justice for the people in Ecuador. Chevron, stop your lies. Free Donziger, Stephen Donziger, free him. You cannot keep on oppressing our people. You cannot keep on coming to our countries claiming that you are bringing development when all that you are bringing is devastation. You are poisoning our waters. I am here to defend my homeland today. The Kavango, the birthplace of modern humanity, the oldest DNA is in the Kavango. And yet COP26 is there whitewashing, cropping activists out of pictures. What's up with that? We can defend ourselves, and we will defend ourselves. And now I am going to teach you a chant from my homeland. Please repeat after me. Ihatu sholola. I will just add, it means you will never give up. Ihatu sholola. Ihatu sholola. Ihatu sholola. Then again, COP26, please stop your bullshit once again. Thank you very much.
Definitely reiterating that message, stop the bullshit. Next up, we have our final speaker of the night. I am very, very excited to welcome Greta Thunberg. Good luck.
Thank you everyone for coming. What a great day.
It is not a secret that COP26 is a failure. It should be obvious that we cannot solve a crisis with the same methods that got us into it in the first place. And more people are starting to realize this. Many are starting to ask themselves, what will it take for the people in power to wake up? But let's be clear, they are already awake. They know exactly what they are doing. They know exactly what priceless values they are sacrificing to maintain business as usual. The leaders are not doing nothing. They are actively creating loopholes and shaping frameworks to benefit themselves and to continue profiting from this destructive system. This is an active choice by the leaders to continue to let the exploitation of people and nature and the destruction of present and future living conditions to take place. The COP has turned into a PR event where leaders are giving beautiful speeches and announcing fancy commitments and targets, while behind the curtains, the governments of the global north countries are still refusing to take any drastic climate action. It seems like their main goal is to continue to fight for the status quo. And COP26 has been named the most exclusionary COP ever. This is a climate conference. This is now a global greenwash festival. A 2-week-long celebration of business as usual and blah, blah, blah. The most affected people in the most affected areas still remain unheard. And the voices of future generations are drowning in their greenwash and empty words and promises. But the facts do not lie, and we know that our emperors are naked. To stay below the targets set in the Paris Agreement and thereby minimizing the risk of setting off irreversible chain reactions beyond human control, we need immediate, drastic, annual emission cuts unlike anything the world has ever seen. And as we don't have the technological solutions that alone will do anything even close to that, that means we will have to fundamentally change our society. And this is the uncomfortable result of our leaders' repeated failure to address this crisis. At the current emissions rates, our remaining CO2 budgets to give us the best chances of staying below 1.5 degrees Celsius will be gone within the end of this decade. And the climate and ecological crisis, of course, doesn't exist in a vacuum. It is directly tied to other crises and injustices that date back to colonialism and beyond. Crises based on the idea that some people are worth more than others and therefore have the right to steal others, to exploit others, and to steal their land and resources. And it is very naive of us to think that we could solve this crisis without addressing the root cause of it. But this is not going to be spoken about inside the COP. It's just too uncomfortable. It's much easier for them to simply ignore the historical debt that the countries of the global north have towards the most affected people and areas. And the question we must now ask ourselves is, what is it that we are fighting for? Are we fighting to save ourselves and the living planet? Or are we fighting to maintain business as usual? Our leaders say that we can have both. But the harsh truth is that that is not possible in practice. The people in power can continue to live in their bubble filled with their fantasies, like eternal growth on a finite planet and technological solutions that will suddenly appear seemingly out of nowhere and will erase all of these crises just like that. All this while the world is literally burning on fire, and while the people living on the front lines are still bearing the brunt of the climate crisis. They can continue to ignore the consequences of their inaction, but history will judge them poorly, and we will not accept it. We don't need any more distant, non-binding pledges. We don't need any more empty promises. We don't need any more commitments that are full of loopholes and incomplete statistics and that ignore the historical emissions and climate justice. Yet, that is all that we are getting. And no, that is not radical to say. Just look at their track record. They have had 26 COPs. They have had decades of blah, blah, blah. And where has that led us? Over 50% of all our CO2 emissions have occurred since 1990, and about a third since 2005. All this while the media is reporting on what people in power say that they are going to do, rather than what they actually do. Time and time again, the media fails to hold the people in power responsible for their action and inaction. As they continue to expand fossil fuel infrastructure, opening up new coal mines, coal power plants, granting new oil licenses, and still refusing to do even the bare minimum, like delivering on the long-promised climate finance for loss and damage to the most vulnerable and least responsible countries. This is shameful. Some people say that we are being too radical. But the truth is that they are the ones who are radical. Fighting to save our life-supporting systems isn't radical at all. Believing that our civilization, as we know it, can survive a 2.7 degree or a 3 degree hotter world, on the other hand, is not only extremely radical, it's pure madness. Out here, we speak the truth. The people in power are obviously scared of the truth. Yet, no matter how hard they try, they cannot escape from it. They cannot ignore the scientific consensus, and above all, they cannot ignore us, the people, including their own children. They cannot ignore our screams as we reclaim our power. We are tired of their blah, blah, blah. Our leaders are not leading. This is what leadership looks like. Thank you for showing up, and see you tomorrow again at the march.
Thank you all so much for coming. That was incredible to hear. I'd like to invite the group from Fridays for Future Glasgow, who are responsible for organising this incredible day. What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? Thank you so much for coming. There's some music now while you leave. Jamie. Thank you so much. Is this still on? Okay. It's on. You can say it.
I think there's a lot of people leaving. I know. Is it on? 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, I know a lot of you want to leave, but if you don't want to miss some music, then might you stay a little bit longer? Yeah? There's going to be chances to sing along, so, you know, don't want to miss that. Play louder, play louder. One, two, 1, 2. Don't leave yet. Come gather round, people, wherever you roam, and admit that the waters around you have grown, and accept it that soon you'll be drenched to the bone. If your time to you is worth saving, then you'd better start swimming or you'll sink like a stone, for the times they are a-changing. Come writers and critics who prophesize with your pen, keep your eyes wide, the chance won't come again. And don't speak too soon, for the wheel's still in spin. And there's no telling who that it's naming, for the loser now will be later to win. And the times, they are a-changing. Government, parliament, please heed the call. Don't stand in the doorway, don't block up the hall, for they who gets hurt will be they who has stalled.